Okay, so welcome you all again on the second day. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So as we discussed last time, we will start with the questions if you have any before we move with the today's agenda. Anything which is not clear in the previous session, anything which you worked out during the week and you are not clear about it, or you have any other question related to it. Okay, I was on the mute actually. So let me ask if anyone was able to try out anything during this weekend. Sorry, weekdays, not weekend is now. They didn't get any time. It's very difficult. Uh, you might have learned about a matrix called urgent and important. You know what happens? The urgent things take priority over important, while the opposite should happen. So normally the project work is almost urgent all the time. So take precedence over any other thing, and especially one thing which is called learning, which is also called sharpen the saw. Comes at the end actually, because everything can be done. This can be postponed because this totally rely on me. Nobody depends on it except me. So that is how life is. That's what life is a struggle actually.
Ajay here, Vivek.
Yes, Ajay.
Yeah, I had taken one of my project, where
Okay.
actually I had not done the leveling for that project. So I had taken this week, whenever I had time to level that project manually, because I was using that option, leveling all option. And as I said in my last discussion also, the project is to get the duration is to increase. So keeping the duration as it is, I try to use a link part which I had learned like last time, which I normally don't do it. I try to do the leveling manually and see whether I can do some tasks parallelly or serially. That was my weak area which I try to work on it
Fantastic. But leveling, you not to worry because we didn't discuss leveling actually in the last session.
Yeah, not leveling exactly. The dependency, like linking and all, like you double click on that and then you try to over allocation of the resources and all, like, to remove
Okay.
those things. Like. Normally, that was the thing which we used to ignore it, and we used to just have a vanilla sort of reporting, sort of an MVP report. That part we never used to get into, like. So that part I just saw to it and removed all this over allocation part and tried to do the adjustment for the resources part and try to do the linking part, like some of the things which we never got into that macro level, like of linking those each of the task dependencies. And
Okay.
in the
Okay.
last session, I managed to do it.
So did you get any question out of it, or you think you were able to manage everything, or the labeling was the only issue?
See, I was able to do the other things like assigning the resources and doing the normal whatever the blueprint of the project is. That was I was able to manage it well. Like the main gray area for me was, as I said, two areas which I told. One was the earned value management, which I have not yet come to. Second was about the dependency. Like all the tasks I never used to link it. Like some of the tasks I used to invariably leave it out. Like I never felt it necessary because we never went into that detail. Like so that was the two areas. Like at whatever we have discussed last time, these were the two areas which I never used to cover up like enough.
Okay.
And while
But
doing
let
the
me tell you,
dependencies, I realized how the whole
uh, you should not leave any task which is not set with the dependencies.
yeah.
That if it is left, it will be a problem. See, if you see, we do not enter dates, and we are against it, because as per the principles, estimates are inputs, dependencies are inputs, resources are input, WPS is an input. If all this work out well, then the dates are the things which are output. So any of these four things is left, you will not get the dates correctly. And that is what is the main output of the scheduler. See, scheduler main thing about MS project is taking care of the dates first. So first we should have some this WBS, the estimates, the dependencies, and the resources, and these four things actually prepare our schedule, and this will give us the date what will happen when. So if anything left in the dependency, then you will not get the dates for that thing. And if you later put those dependencies, then your dates will change. The project date may also change if that fall into the critical path, or fall into the path which after adding this become critical.
Normally, what we, as I said, like I was using that this planner as an Excel. My main task was to just list on my WVS and see that the tasks are defined and the dates are defined for that particular task and all. And this is very essential when you get into the reporting part, like where you need to generate report with regard to EVM or whether you want to find out the critical part. As I said, for my project, I have not done it because my project were short projects, like But I realized like if I am getting into a longer project, then the dependency becomes very critical. Like so now since the projects are getting longer and then I need to generate report as of now, I felt the need like dependencies have to be defined, and that is what one of the reasons why I had taken up this session, because I was not getting to that level, third level. Like my first level was to define a WS, which I was doing it. Second level was defining the duration for each of the tasks and seeing that the duration which is there for the project is as per the requirement, whatever the requirement was set in. Like third level was the report generation, like because since by the time we get into that, the projects were getting over. It was a small projects, like multiple projects and all. So that was I never felt the need to get into that level, like now as I said, I'll be requiring it like those things. So I really see the importance of these things and all. Like when I have to publish those dashboards or reports on a weekly basis or a fortnightly basis, then I think the importance cannot be undermined of these things. I understand.
Right. Great. So nice to hear that you tried out something and most of that was successful.
Yep.
Great. Okay. So let me recap before we move forward with the agenda. The first thing we did is that understood the role of MS Project in the overall project management framework, where MS Project really act, where what is the role MS Project actually plays. Then we talk about a triple constraint triangle, that is scope, time, cost, and where the quality is in the middle. And we saw that how MS Project help us to balance this triangle. And if we are able to balance this triangle by negotiating scope, time, and cost, then we will deliver a quality product. Otherwise, quality is going to hit. Then we saw that what are the activities in MS Project we can do in different phases of the project, from initiation to the closure. Then we move to MS Project and we talk about how we set options before we start doing anything. The next step was to set up a calendar. All the holidays, all the different timings must be marked in MS Project calendar, and the organization calendar should exactly match with the MS Project calendar. Then we gave in start date to the project. Okay, so options, we went here, we changed some options here, especially in the schedule. There are multiple things over here. Then we, in the project change working time, we set up the calendar, we identified all the holidays, marked them as non-working day. Then we, if Saturday or Sundays have some working or some non-default timings are there, then we go into the work week and change the timings. Then we get into this project information and put in this start into the project. We also talk about that whatever the calendar you select here will become the project calendar. We also talk about that we can either do a forward planning or backward planning by providing a start date or finish date, and then working out the start and finish date respectively. Okay. Then we get into the creating a work breakdown structure, that is defining the complete scope of the project. So we started from the topmost thing. Then we said, okay, let's divide the project into different phases. So we divide this into requirement analysis, design, development, testing, and deployment. And under that, we define some deliverables and the activities to be performed to deliver those deliverables. Okay. Not every place the hierarchy has the same depth. No, they're different at different places, depending upon the requirement at in that branch. Okay. Then we enter the estimates. We also understood when to enter estimates in duration and when to enter the estimate in work. When we have to estimate efforts and when we need to estimate duration. Okay. Then we jump into the dependency, and we talk about 4 dependencies: finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, and start to finish. And we talk about the start to finish will not discuss because there are very rare possibilities. Most of the time it is finish to start. If you even you see this project plan, most of the places is this finish to start. Even the parallel activities you are seeing the result of the finish to start. Some places we have put some is finish to finish, like this place. When we see that the task is starting before, but the task cannot finish until this task is finished. And then we get yes, Avinash.
No, nothing. Everything is fine.
Okay, okay. I thought you were saying something. Okay, so then we get into the resourcing, and we prepare a list of resources available for this project. Before that, we understood that there are 3 types of resources. The work resources are the resources who accomplish the work, who actually work on to the task and complete it. So this work resources directly impact the duration of the task. Second was material resources. It is basically to take care of the costing of the material. So when the task progress, the material get consumed. So it's take care of that, how much task is completed, how much material expected to be completed or consumed. And then we talk about the cost resources, any other thing which is not work or material, but that cost is associated with the project, something like travel, entertainment, trainings, more incidental costs. They are attached to the project, but no work is getting performed because of that. But they help project because they are being done because of the project. So all those things are counted here. Okay, and then we come over here and we assign the resources using this assign resource dialog box. We move here and there, look at this, who will do this, then we select those people and assign it. This way we assign all the work resources last time, but what we didn't do is that we didn't assign the material and cost resources. And let's start from for today's agenda by assigning this material and cost resources. So when you do the requirement documentation, you will consume some paper because we have defined paper as one of the material resource. So there are 2 ways of doing it. Either I check that how much paper will be used, how much paper I should allocate to document requirements. I can enter that unit here, right? In the work resources, I was defining the units in terms of percentage, how much percentage if resource is allocated to this task. Now in the material resource, I will define the absolute units that how much will get consumed on this task. I can make an estimate. So suppose I say that about 100 papers or let's say 500 papers may get consumed. So I will come here and type in the unit as 500. So 500 papers get allocated to this, and it immediately calculate look at the rate, immediately calculate the cost of the material. Suppose in the high level design, or we have cartridge also. So suppose let's go here and we assign the cartridge also. Suppose two cartridges get consumed here. So one cartridge costs $10, so two cartridges will cost $20. In the high level design, let's assign that I may need around 300 pages, maybe one cartridge. There is another way we can look at material resource. Sometimes we are not able to, the task is too long, going into months and years. So it will become difficult to estimate the complete material it's going to use. In that case, what I do, I try to find that at what rate the material is getting consumed, maybe per day, per hour, per week, per month. That how much paper get consumed on an average per day. Suppose in the low level design, I say around 100 pages getting consumed every day. So what I will do in this case, I will go to the paper and instead of giving the total estimate of the papers, I define a rate here, 100 per day. Now it calculates that how much papers get consumed per day. Then it looks for how many days the work is. If it is changes, this will also change. And based on that, it calculates the cost. You can also define the same way the cartridge also, like it is one per day. Or maybe if you say one per, no, it will not take, sorry, cartridge, it is 0.5 per day. Sorry, 2 per day. I wanted to say 2 per day. This way you see that cost getting calculated immediately and get factored into the task. Now we have a cost resources. So suppose for gathering requirement, you need to travel to client location and you need to put some, you need to spend some money in the travel. Let's say this, I will say select travel, and in this time in the cost there is no rate defined, right? So in the cost, because in that cost resources, let me show you in the resource list, if you see the cost resources do not have any rate defined. What do we do to assign a plant cost? See, if you look at this, business analysis is allocated to this. This is the cost, this is because it is not actual cost, it is the plan cost. Right now we are planning. Now if I allocate travel, I need to give a plan cost. In that case, I have to directly assign into the cost column and say I am expecting to spend around $2,000. Now, only in the case of cost resource, you can enter into the cost column. Otherwise, in case of work and material resources, you need to enter into the units. You can only define unit. You cannot define cost. Now this $2,000 become my plan cost. Right? The same way, like, so when I'm starting this specification or when the high level design is starting, I may conduct a good coding practices training or some kind of training for my resources, so that when before coding they are well established and can say that okay, this is what they need to do, and they are well equipped with the technology. So okay, this is no training here, but we have entertainment. Okay, so we can say, we can go to the acceptance and say that maybe the project is finished. There's a project completion, a party can happen, celebration. So we can allocate some money for the celebration, right? So I allocate this entertainment to acceptance and give some costing to it, and say let's $1,000 we have allocated to entertainment on completion of the project. Right? You can assign some, you can add some other task also, especially for that. You can add some kind of like development completed, a small get together you can do here also, and can assign some, let's say $500 is cost. Now with this, you will see that if you move into different tables, you can see, first of all, this zero level task will tell you about the project. Project total efforts is 122% days. The duration is 60 days, almost 3 months, starting on this, ending on this. If I want to know about the costing, I can go to the cost table and can know that the total cost is almost $29,000. I can go to the work and can see that 122% is how they are getting accumulated. I can check on the variance and see that start and finish dates. You can go to the schedule and can look at the slack, where the slack is maximum or where the slack is available. This project is very tight, because very minimal slack is available on some of the. So if the slack is too low in a project, the project is risky. There are less chances that you will complete the project on time. If everything is on critical path, it means anything goes here and there, you will be in trouble. Okay, so if I change this Gantt chart to tracking Gantt chart, you will see almost everything is red except one this. So let me change this to schedule. One on this milestone and 0.5 days, only 0.5 days is available. So our project, if you see, is very risky. Okay, so if I make this only -1, and by doing so, you will see that we may be creating some more slack into the project, and that we can check with switching to schedule table. Now, if you see, we have a slack of 1 day on this branch. We have slack here on this milestone. This slack become 0.5 to 1 day. This looks a little better one. 1 day here. You see 1 day here. Now, if you just see, look at this, that we are continuously telling that to enter any date. What will happen if we enter any date? Suppose this is starting on 9th June. I say it will not be possible to start on 9th June, but we'll start on 10th June. Okay. So suppose this is not starting on 9th June. I change it to 10th June. Suppose. Now it will immediately give warning because there is something called planning wizard is on. When planning wizard is on, whenever it finds some kind of conflict, it gives you a warning. But look at the warning what is giving. Remove the task to start this and move the task and remove the link. So because without I'm overriding this dependency, it is giving me an option. Is this what you're trying to say, that this task does not depend upon it? Should I remove the this dependency? I say no. Let's look at the second. Move the task and keep the link. Yes, this is what I want to do. Third, cancel. Don't move the task and keep the link. Maybe it was a mistake. I just clicked by mistake. But this is my intention. So I click on this. It moves it, but here you see there is a indications come here. What is that indication? It says the task has a start no earlier than constraint. Start no earlier than constraint on Tuesday, Jan 10. That means as soon as you have entered a date, it has put a constraint that this task should not start before 10th June. This task should not start before this. What is the problem with these constraints? Let's look at this. There are two tasks. A, B, This is 5 days, and this is, let's say, 4 days. Suppose there are only these 2 tasks in the project. So project will start from here and end here, right? And how much will be the total duration? It is 5 plus 4, 9 days. Right? So the project, this project will finish in the, okay, why didn't put the, okay, so B depends upon A. Now what happens sometimes, like in this, we have put a constraint. What constraint is? Constraint is start no earlier than. So what we have done, we have put is constraint here, saying start no earlier than, because it's the not date, so I say 5th day. You cannot start before 5th day. What will happen? Suppose this task finishes early. It finishes, suppose it finishes here, a day before. Because this constraint is applied, this task cannot schedule before this date. That means it will create a lag of 1 day. There is a 1 day lag. 1 day slack is available, the free time available, which I am not able to use because this cannot be scheduled before. So basically, if you see, this project can be finished in 8 days, but it continuously shows 9 days. On the other side, if I put a different constraint, start no later than fifth day, later than 5th day. In this case, what will happen? Because task cannot start later than, but can start earlier than. So this will move here. So immediately, as soon as this finishes on 4th day, it scheduled on 4th day and finish it on 8th day. Or my end date, the end date in the project I will get as 8 days. But it's the opposite. If this task get delayed, instead of finishing here, it finishes, suppose, here. A day later. What will happen? Start no later than. This doesn't allow to start here. That means the project, instead of 9 days, Project should finish in 10 days actually, right? 6 days it has taken, now 4 days it will take, but it will continuously show 9 days because this will continue here. Now this is even more dangerous situation because we announced 9th day delivery, but we will complete it in 10th day. Here it is still manageable. Here what we are doing, a day is available, we are not able to utilize it. But here there is a big problem. We are telling our customer that we will finish on this day. And that is the problem with the constraint. So we never use constraint until unless I have a task which is totally independent of any other task, isolated task. Because it does not depend on anyone, I cannot put an arrow of dependency on it. I have to mark a constraint here to make it scheduled on a specific day because it doesn't depend upon it. And then it happens, it goes late, delay, early, or any other task happening early, late, it will not impact this because it is isolated task. So until the task is isolated, it is not connected with other things, I should not use any constraint, and therefore we suggest not to enter these dates, because as soon as you enter date, IMS project is very simple. Whatever you do is my master's voice. So take it on the highest level, everything will work around it. So you will try to work around it, but will not change what the things you will make. Therefore, we should not, as soon as you enter a date here, it takes, okay, this is supreme. I will not change this date. I will do everything else. If you look at this in the advance, there are various type of constraints. Finish no earlier than, finish no later than, must finish on, must start on, start no earlier than, start no later than. What happens? There are three types. These can be divided into three categories. These categories are flexible constraints, semi-flexible, and inflexible. So flexible constraints are those constraints like as soon as possible, as late as possible. Basically, they are not constrained. Semi-flexible, the example I just gave, either it is cannot be start before this date or cannot start. So the movement on the one side of the timeline is restricted. Inflexible are must finish on, must start on. That means it attached to a particular date. Both side movement is restricted. They should only be used, semi-flexible and flexible constraints, when the task is isolated task, independent task, it does not depend on other tasks. What will happen? First of all, it restricts the movement, so it can generate a positive or negative slack in the project, which you may not identify, may not be use. On the other side, if your task changes, if your timelines changes, if things are changing, because these things are attached to the timeline or to the particular date, you need to go specifically on all these incidences and change by your hand. And that's what the people do. When they enter dates, after that it becomes Excel. MS Project will not remain MS Project, it remains Excel. All on all those places. And if you have entered all the dates, then it is basically you are using MS Project as Excel. And whatever changes are happening, all changes you have to do manually. And if it is a little significant or little bigger projects, it is after some time it is just impossible to work on it. And therefore what happens, people leave this project, MS Project, and jump back into the Excel. This is one of the biggest mistake people do, that they are entering dates, and I keep telling that dates are not input, dates are output in MS Project. You are scheduling everything to get the dates of the activities and the project end date, when the project will finish and when the activities will take place. What is in your hand is WBS. Estimates are in it, you can revise estimates. Dependencies are in your hand. All the discretionary dependencies can be revised. And the resources are in your hand. You can add resources, no resources. So when you have, suppose your project is of, your timeline is 6 months. When you schedule the project, suppose here, my timeline is 3 months, that is 60 days, and it is going over 60 days. I want to finish 2 days before 30 or maybe 58 days. So it means I have to shrink the project duration. So two things are in my hand, and they are called crashing and fast tracking. What is crashing? Crashing means adding resources to the critical task so that you reduce the duration of the critical task. When the duration of any critical task will reduce, it reduces the overall project duration. This is called crashing. The negative side of this action is that you increase the cost of the project. On the other side, called fast tracking. Fast tracking, we try to re-evaluate our discretionary dependency and then try to see that if we can do things in sequence or parallel, the things which are in sequence now, can we do this in parallel? Can we take some lead on the dependency? That is called fast tracking. What happens whenever you take a lead, you add risk to the project. For example, here, suppose I say I want to reduce things to 2 days here. So let's say, can I take lead on high level design? The low level design I should start 2 days before. So I act on it. I say let's take 2 days lead. It becomes 59. But you know what happens? Actually, it is not reduced by 2 days. It is reduced only by 1 day, because there is another constraint here, another dependency here. So it gain only 1 day. What happens here by 1 day? The 1 day they are parallel. Maybe in this 1 day, if high level design changes, it may have an impact on low level design, and then rework get generated. If this is more, chances are more. Therefore, the risk get added to the project. Now, how all this equation happen? We need to understand a little bit the conceptual, for just to understand actually. the whole project, MS project, is based on three things: duration, work, and units. Unit means resources, and simple formula works here. This is the formula which works everywhere. And there are three things. What will happen? You have a task type in the project. Task type tells what need to be fixed, or what is the thing which not to be changed. That is called task type. So you can have either fixed unit, fixed work, or fixed duration. When we say fixed unit, it means whatever the resources are defined, MS project will never change it. We have defined it. The tasks are fixed units, whatever resources are given, you never change it. Then we left with two things: work and duration. If we provide work, MS project changes duration. That is what happens when we estimate in efforts. So what we are doing, we are providing efforts, that is the work, and then we assign units, and then it doesn't change work, it changes duration. It calculates the work divided by units and calculates the duration. You saw that when we assigning the resources, at that time the duration was determined. On the other side, if you make some changes now, suppose I change the units, what should be changed? Work or duration? If I change the number of resources, what should get changed? Work or duration? Both are free. This will be defined by, let me go to this, open one of the, look at this. This is a task type, this is effort driven. So if you have given task type as fixed unit, means fixed unit will never change. Unit only you can change, MS project will never change. That is what fixed unit means. So if I change the number of resources here, say 25%. You see here there is a smart tag. Change the duration but keep the amount of work same. Change the amount of work but keep the duration same. So it by default it is changing duration. Let's do the thing. Let's remove this. The duration has changed. Why duration has changed? Because it is fixed unit and it is effort driven. Effort driven means efforts are priority. You change the duration when there is a contest between effort and duration. If I uncheck this, that means duration will take priority over the work, efforts. That means if I change the units, then effort get changed instead of duration. And therefore, when I enter the estimate in work, I marked it checked. I checked it. You saw I checked it when I entered the estimates, because otherwise it will change my estimates if I change the resources, which I don't want, because this is the estimates I have provided. Therefore, whenever you are estimating in duration, you keep this unchecked, because in that case duration will take priority. Whenever you change units, it will change work. And if you are estimating in efforts, you keep this checked so that your effort take priority. Whenever you change resources, it changes the duration. However, you have always have an opportunity to to reverse the things. Let me assign architect, the duration has changed. Right? Now suppose I want to complete some tasks a little faster because I am still not reaching to 58. So I decided to call the people on Saturday and Sunday. If you look at this, it is starting on Thursday and finishing on Thursday. If I call these people, let me check who was that. Okay, this tech lead. So if I call the tech lead on weekends, he can finish this. It is starting on Tuesday and finishing on Thursday. So if I call the tech lead on Saturday, Sunday. No, I think this is only 2 days work. No, here. If I call tech lead on Saturday and Sunday, this job will be finished on 3rd June and I get 2 more days. But how I can schedule this on Saturday, Sunday? If you look here, in the task users view, okay, please stop me wherever you see a challenge in understanding. Specification.
Vivek, I have a question here.
Yes.
Ajay.
Yeah.
My question is now work we have specified in days, and days is 1 day is basically 8 hours, right?
Right.
Right. So we have a constraint in that case, in case we plan to increase the number of hours that is put on a particular day. Suppose instead of 8, we want a resource to work for 10 hours. So isn't it more viable to have work in efforts? Work is nothing but efforts, in hours rather than days.
Right.
How do we, take care of?
A person should work more hours on a particular day.
Yeah. Suppose if you want to, what we are doing this adjustment and all. Suppose we want, instead of working for 8 hours, we want a resource to work for 10 hours, so that we do this adjustment and all. So that won't be a constraint, because we have already defined days as 8 hours in the calendar,
Right. I'm just explaining the same thing, that how you can deviate from the standard calendar for a particular task, because this doesn't happen on every task.
Yeah,
for a specific task you would like to do that, right?
Yeah.
So just I'm showing you that how I can schedule it differently, program specifications. So what I'm trying to do, I will bring this task here, so that this task get finished instead of on this date, it get finished on this date. So my whole, because it is a critical path, it will crash the project, and I will get 2 more days, and I will able to complete the project in 58 days, right? And the way I'm doing this, you can define the number of hours also. I'm showing you in the days. You can define hours. So what I do for this, I go to the project calendar and define another calendar. Because I'm talking about here scheduling people on weekends, I will say weekend working calendar. Logical name which help me to understand. What I will do in this, and it's a copy of the standard calendar. It means all the holidays, whatever we have marked in standard calendar, will get copied into this. Now I have got a weekend working calendar. So I have a standard calendar, I have a weekend working calendar, I have a calendar for each resource. Okay, so I select weekend calendar, and what I do in this weekend calendar, I mark Saturday and Sunday as working day. So I go to the work week, I say detail, I keep selecting this default, say detail, select Saturday and Sunday, and say set days to specific working time, and I put the normal working days, normal working time, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Okay, so now Saturday and Sunday become normal working days. Saturday is also become working Sunday. So there is no holiday there is no weekend actually in this calendar. These holiday will remain as it is. So if I select this is same as they are working. Correct? I say okay. Nothing has changed because we have just added a calendar. This calendar is not being used anywhere. Like 24 hours, night shift, weekend calendar, they are the calendar which are not being used. They are just they are lying in the calendar pool. We can use them. These calendars are being used by individual resources, but this calendar is not being used. This calendar is being used by the default project, the default calendar for the project. What I do, I apply that calendar to this task. So I double click on it, on the task. Okay. If you see, there is a calendar here, and all the non-resource calendar will appear here. I will say weekend working calendar, select and applied on this. I'll say this will get applied. Look at this. The calendar weekend working calendar is assigned to this task. But the whole magic is this, nothing happens here. So what's the advantage? The problem here is that resources which is assigned to it, that is the tag lead still have holidays on Saturday and Sunday. So if I go here and select tag lead still have Saturday and Sunday as holidays. Therefore, it is not assigned. So what is the point here to note? That though this task calendar may override the project calendar, but it is not able to override resource calendar. That means resource calendar has the highest priority. When the resource calendar is in force, no other calendar works. Task calendar is a second priority because task calendar can override project calendar. And the default project calendar has the lowest priority. By default, all the tasks follow the project calendar, but any calendar, the task or the resource calendar, apply on that, override the project calendar. So if I ignore the resource calendar, this calendar come into force. What I need to do, I double click on it. You see that here, as when it is none, this is actually disabled. When I put a calendar, it get enabled, and it says schedule ignore resource calendar, means ignore the resource calendar. When I ignore the resource calendar, weekend working calendar will come into force, and your task finished on Tuesday instead of Thursday. go into the top, it becomes 58 days. Got it? This one. So this is become this. Now you see there is a red icon here for the resource. The reason here is that because in the resource calendar it is still a holiday, and if you have scheduled this task on a holiday, then it will show that resource is over allocated. We need to bear with this situation. We need to, such kind of red signs are, there are risk. There is a strategy in the risk: mitigate, transfer, and there is also a strategy accept. So here there is a risk, but we accept because we only have done this. Okay. Now the question sometimes you get that if I have a deadline, target date, very hard target date to achieve, I want to monitor this closely. What is the method I should do? Because I cannot apply constraint on it, because after applying constraint it becomes difficult for me, because the schedule become difficult to maintain, plus there is a possibility of plus and positive and negative slack into the project. So how should I track my deadlines? So for that I say that suppose you have to complete your development on 17th of June, because you need to, maybe your customer is visiting, maybe some CA person is visiting, or something else is happening which has become important, and it becomes a costly affair if I delay this. So I want to track it very closely. So I want to see that what should be happening here. So there is a column called deadline here. You should not use any constraint, but use deadline. And I put a deadline of 17th June here. You see here there is a down arrow is here, green down arrow, which shows that there is a deadline on this project. What this deadline does, as soon as this deadline come into danger, it warns you. How? Suppose your requirement get delayed. Suppose this review requirement have, or say your approval get delayed. Let me add 2 more lag days here. You see here, this is showing a warning sign. The beauty of deadline feature is that it does not impose any constraint. So the total flexibility in the schedule is available. Go left, right, your date will be changed. Immediately it will reflect. There is no possibility of negative and positive slack. Plus also it warns you that your deadline danger. Now the problem is here, you have from this date to this date, you have complete time to optimize your schedule, to see that should I add resources, should I do something in parallel, should I do something else which help me to manage this deadline. So that is not possible anywhere else. It's only possible through MS Project or similar project or similar tools. Your Excel sheet, it depends upon your understanding, your knowledge, or understanding the whole activity happening here. This is a very small project. Otherwise, real project with you, at least there will be 200, 300 tasks will be there. In that, how you figure it out or how you take care of each and every task. But it take care of each and every task and warns you that there is a problem. Only thing, you need to use the appropriate feature. Okay. Another thing which I add here. You see, these are all project activities. How many of these activities in which project manager is involved? How many of these project activities project manager is involved? Can you tell me? Very few, right? Then my question is that what project manager is doing? And none of the activities what project manager is doing is appearing here. Right? Correct? We have to schedule the project manager. Yeah.
We need to have a task of project management activity also.
Say it again.
I said we need to have a task for project management activity also as one of the WBS.
No, but they are not here in this.
Yeah.
So what we need to do, we need to add those tasks also. We said WBS is only complete when each and every task is there. Right? The project, the WBS is only complete when all the tasks are here. So what we need to do? We need to so go here in the task, say recurring task. So what are the recurring tasks? Project planning, project tracking, meetings, governance meetings, team meetings. And one of the common thing is team meeting, right? One of the common thing is team meeting. So suppose let's try to schedule a team meeting here. I will say team meeting. right? How much you think a team meeting will be taking? Let's say 2 hours. How frequently we need to do? Every week? Bi-weekly? So if every week, then week 1 is here. If after 2 weeks, then we can make it 2 weeks. If every month, we can make it every month. Or put it like this. When do you want this meeting to happen? Monday? It automatically suggests you that project started and project ended. So if team meeting is a thing which is happening from start to end, then we can select the same thing, we don't disturb it. But if it is happening within some other date, between some other dates, we can define the dates from when it is starting, when it is ending, and say okay. Look at this. The 13 incidences have been added. I only do this, I will take it out back to the test. It's not part of the deployment, but it is independent. By doing so, all the incidences of team meetings are added. And because team meetings are not dependent on any other task, whatever the status of the project, team meeting keep happening. Therefore, this constraint has been applied. Start no earlier than. You know, I talk about isolated. Your project, whatever the progress of project, team meeting bound to happen. And even team meeting doesn't happen, it does not impact the other activities in the project. This way you can add project planning, project tracking, or some other recurring tasks also. So these are the special ones because they depend upon the durations. Therefore, in this, effort driven is not checked because they are not effort driven, they are duration driven tasks. Because team meeting happen for 2 hours. If 4 people join, it will not shrink to half an hour, right? Moreover, it may run, more people are there, it may take more time than actually, instead of less time. So, all the incidences are here. What I need to do, I need to assign resources to it. So how will I assign resources to it? I will add assign resources. In this case, now this is going very differently. First of all, we added a summary task, and this is the only incidence of recurring tasks where we'll assign the resources to summary task. So who are the people who will attend these? Maybe the project manager, probably architect, probably business analyst, let's say test lead and tech lead. Okay, these people are sufficient. We have 5 people to join. Assign. As soon as I assign, these people get assigned to each and every incident. And the total efforts are also calculated. Right? So it is more than 1 day effort because there are 5 people. If there are 4 people, it is 1 day effort. 8 hours effort, it is actually 10 hours effort, and therefore you get 1.13 days. If there is 6 people, then it becomes 1.5 days or 12-hour efforts. You see, all get over allocated here. And the reason is that the people who are assigned here, they were already fully allocated. And when you assign a team meeting, 2 hours get added to in there on every Monday, and therefore they all got over allocated. Therefore, I always suggest in the project, the people who are little senior or the people who are critical in your project, don't assign them fully. Don't assign them fully, because they will attend some meetings, they will do several kind of ad hoc work. The maximum permissible allocation I normally suggest is 80%. Don't allocate them more than 80%. If you allocate them 80%, you you take note it down that never they will either delay several other tasks. The task will remain pending with them for several days. They will not be able to complete them because they don't have that much time. So all the critical resources, senior resources, who are going to join your project teams or different meetings, or going to do some ad hoc work, which is or high priority work, don't allocate them 100%. Keep them less than 80%. Keep them some free time. Give them some free time. Even if there is no work for them, they are the people who are going to help junior people to do their work. Right? But we will deal with this problem. We will deal with this problem by labeling the resources. How we can label the resources? Not able to hear me? Are you hearing me? Is it going okay? Okay. 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 Give me a moment. Okay, so how we can label these resources, how we can remove these rats? What is the disadvantage of these rats? You know what is happening? You know what is happening? In a normal project, the matter should be like that. This is how the resource loading should happen. But when people get over allocated, it goes like this. So instead of people getting allocated like this, we get allocated like this, maybe even more. That means that this is the line of 8 hours, and this may be 10 or more than that. So that means people have only 8 hours. If they allocated so much more hours, they will not be able to complete, and therefore the work will overflow to the next day. Therefore, the time which we are getting here will not be the right time, not be the right date of completion of the project. The right date of completion of the project we will get once all these red marks have gone. Or there are some red marks which are scheduled by us that we accept, then we know that, okay, this is how it will happen. So our job is to bring this down here, bring this down, bring this down. And when you bring this down, it is the like bulge you are trying to press. A bulge which is getting accumulated in the project, you are trying to press it down. When you press it down, what will happen that the project timeline will get stretched. See that this bulge will go somewhere. This bulge will go somewhere. So when you press it down, it goes down, so it will come on this side. Correct? And this is what will happen here. So what we will do, we'll go to there is a team planner view in Project Professional. Unfortunately, it is not in Project Standard. I fail to understand why it is not, but they have not provided. Maybe they're more keen or forcing people to buy Project Professional, which is almost double the cost of Standard. So there is a team planner view. If you click on it, earlier you were getting the bar chart on tasks. The tasks were here and you were getting the bar chart here. It changed the bar chart. Bar chart is now with the resources. This red line, red marks shows over allocation, place where the over allocation is happening. Okay, so wherever you see, this is a team meeting. He was already allocated to this. This team meeting has created a over allocation. Here, same here, same here, and therefore business analyst getting over allocation. Look at the other places. See here, this developer is over allocated here. This is the coding. This is also coding. We need to find a way. This parallel will not work. This will increase the duration of the project, or we need to get more developers to assign here. All other allocation is where this is. This is coding, this is coding. Look at this Gantt chart and see that coding here, coding here. Here there are 4 developers. Here there are 2 developers. And let's see how many developers we have. We have 5 developers, so 1 developer more we need. So we go to the team planner view and try to remove this over allocation. So let's try to reduce by one. Before it was very difficult because you need to do either all or none. So in 2010 this got added and that made this resource labeling more interactive. So what I do, I try to use MS Project to remove the over allocation, and if somewhere it is not happening, then I will use some other method or somewhere I will go manual, because many places it may not be like whatever MS Project is suggesting is not acceptable to us. So I select business analyst and go label resource. You know, there are two buttons here, label resource, label all. Label all will label all the resources. Now what will happen, it will make so many changes in the schedule, it becomes very difficult to understand what has exactly happened. So it is always a good idea to do one by one. So I select business analyst and say label resource. What it has done, it has created a room for team meeting, added team meeting. The result is that the document gather requirement has increased. Let me do Control Z. Look at this. It is completing here. On 28 or 27. Say level resource. This has label and it has gone to a 1 day extra. Right? Earlier it was completing on Monday, now it is completing on Tuesday. Let's look at architect. Where architect is over allocated, again here. I say level resource. Done. This is also done. Let's say do tech lead. Where tech lead is also here in the team meeting. I hope this is the only place. Right. So I say label resource. The label resource, but this stays here. You know, we schedule tech lead on weekends and therefore it will continue showing here as over allocated, because in tech lead calendar it is still holidays, but that is fine with us because we know it about it and this is how we have scheduled. The most difficult place, even the project manager is over allocated. How the project manager got over allocated? Doing nothing. Oh, that's one place. Now the biggest problem could be this, could be developer, because this may increase the length. Okay, as the coding is happening, and this label resource, it has increased like anything. You see, it is completing on this on June 18. If I label it June 20th, 2 days late. Okay, some kind of problem can occur. Test lead can happen. Now I can do one thing. I can add more resource here. Maybe my tech lead is free. We can help developers. here there are two people, right? So let me say assign. Okay, not here. I can go to the Gantt chart and maybe I can add one more resource here. Or I can have, basically I need one more resource, or either I can make it 600% by adding one resource. It immediately turned into black. Or what I can do is assign tech lead on this. So resource, assign tech lead on this. And reduce the developer. So instead of, I make it 300. That is done. Now let's look at it. If it solved the problem actually. Change the duration, yes. Here the over allocation. There is no over allocation as such. Maybe tech lead I need to again do it. But tech lead will always remain red because of this. So I have completely made everyone black from red. That is, all over allocation is over except tech lead, which is acceptable because I know I have scheduled him on Saturday and Sunday. Got it?
I have a question here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just told about the feature of this team planner. In case of this standard where we don't have the team planner, when you go in that option of level resource, we just get a drop down of the resource. So, and we don't, from that we don't have information whether they are over allocation or leveling is required or not. Like how do we, in that case, use that option and do it like without the team planner?
Say it again.
In case of this project standard, like where we don't have the option of team planner,
Right.
you just go to the level resource option in that case. So you just get a drop down of all the resources. Like from that drop down is you won't get an idea whether they are over allocated and the resource leveling is required. Like so, how do we tackle that issue? Like,
You get idea that the person is over because become red. The only thing is that where the over allocation is that you don't know.
Yeah, because in in that option you don't have a team planner option.
Right,
like
right.
That left side menu you have. When you go in the level resource, you just get a drop down of the all resources they are available, like, and they are not red, like In
Correct.
case
So what you need to do, you right click on the best option is go to the resource uses. In the resource uses, all resources are it becomes a little difficult to see the changes actually. Hello. Okay. Are you getting me now? Yeah. So what you need to do, you need to make it like little zoom in, zoom out actually, and see that where the over allocation is like this for this, and then try to say label resource and see where the changes have been done. In the team planner, it is easier to understand where the changes are happening. In this, it may not be that easy, but you can do it. These features are available. Only this view is missing. This view is missing. This view actually help another thing, like suppose some task, like suppose rework. You want to assign it to somebody else. Let's say assign it to tech lead. So I can go that place, say reassign, go to tech lead. So it will move to 10, but it got over allocated. Let me return it back to developer. Right. So resource use is another view which you can use to look at that who are over allocated at what places, and then use label resource feature and then label them. Okay. Two more things I will just tell you. There may not, I'm not sure how much you will be able to use them, but still to know about it, you can see this like in a in a project. The two scenarios can occur. Suppose you have a 5 years project and your resources are billed on a T&M basis on a particular rate. You know, after after a year or 2 year, their rates may change. Their rates may change. How you can reflect those change dates in MS Project? Go to the resource, and then let's say there's the say tech lead. Tech leads on take tech lead. Let's say test lead. Test lead rate changes after some time. Let me see when he is scheduled actually, so it will be easier to see the reflected. Test lead is engaged in June, and then perform testing is not involved. Okay. Suppose from 10th of June, the test lead rate changes. Just for example purpose. Normally it doesn't happen, but for example purpose. So you can double click on it. You get this. Go to the cost table, cost tab, and see this, there are some tables, table A, table B, table C, table D, table E. And also in table A, there are multiple lines. Basically, there are 25 lines. How it is used? By default, table A is applicable, and whatever rate you define, it get allocated to table A. That is the default table. If my rate is changing based on date, I say 10th of June, my date is changing. That is not tech lead, it is test lead actually. So I say from 10th of June, this rate will increase by 10%. So either I can write 33 or I can simply type 10%. It will take the previous value and add 10% on that. Or if it is reducing, I can say minus 10%. So what will happen? The rate of test lead changes after 10th of, and the cost will change. You can do this for any, or you can do it for multiple, up to 25 dates you can enter. Let me go here and see where is testing, test lead. I right click here, add cost. Two 240, 180, 264, 264, 264. You know, the rate is changing. From 240 it becomes 264. That is the impact. Another thing which can happen, that you have tech lead and the tech lead is working as an architect or designer for some time, and you want to build him as designer, not as test tech lead, or maybe designer working as an architect and you want to build him for architect work, not as a designer. For example, in architect, the architect and designer both are working. So I see when designer is working on design, on high level design, he's actually get billed as architect, not as designer. What I can do here, I said architect's rate is 35 and designer rate is this. Correct? I go to the task users view. I go to the architect, high level design. And then it's a designer. So this is an assignment, right? High level design and designer. If I double click on it, I get an assignment view. Okay, assignment information. And now You see there is a cost table. This is A here. So what I will do, I go into resource sheet, I double click on designer, and go to the cost. Instead of table A, I use table B, and the table B I define as 35. Say OK. So our designer has two rates, table A 30, table B 35. I go into task users view, select high level design, and then designer, open the assignment information view. Either cost table, I change it to B. You see that cost table A, the current cost is $600. Now I'll make it B, say OK. Again open it, it becomes 700 because B is 35. But it does not change designer's cost here on the level, because only designer, when working on high level design, his rate is different. Here it remains same. It is A table, therefore it continue be billed at 30, while here it will bill as 30. Just one thing also I should tell you, that if your resource goes on holiday, what do you do? Your deadline is in danger. Because of the tech lead. I think so. Suppose some developer goes on leave, or some, say, tech lead goes on leave, or designer goes on leave. Project, change working time. Suppose it goes on leave. Suppose this week he's going on leave. So what you do, we select designer, it is now designer calendar. I select, so 26 to 30th, put here annual leaves. It goes on leave on 26 to 30th May. Let's see what happens. What is right now? It is the date currently, it is completing on 9th July. Let's see if it is impacting or not. It is impacting 16th July. You wanted to finish the project in 65 days, 58 days. So more than a week delay. What happens? We go here and look at this. This. You know, after This is all everybody scheduled till this. After that, designer goes on leave. So there is nothing is allocated designer. Other people are working. Now after the designer is come after this week, and because of this it get delayed by 3 days. Okay. These are the various things, various situations which you face in time to time in your project. And these are the various features, or you can say facilities, things which you can utilize to manage your situation. These are the things where the people get stuck. You say, in my project, this is the way, and I don't know what to do. And then you use some way work around which actually create a chaos instead of systematically handling it. So it create more problems than actually helping. So at that time it solves the problem, but it creates a lot of other problems and you face problem later. Because MS project having so many rules applied at any point of time that sometimes even become for me very difficult, that if I made some changes, why a particular change is done, and I need to look into do the in-depth analysis of why this change is done. Any question? If not, then let's take a break. We are almost near to our break time. So it's almost 4 o'clock here, and we resume this after half an hour. 4:30 we'll be back here. Right. I think we have one person joining from Australia, right? I just missed the name. Who's that?
I'm here. This is promoter Vivek.
Okay, Prabodh, what is the time there?
It's 8:30 in the evening.
8:30 in the evening. Okay, so you're going to wake up till 12 o'clock.
1:30.
1:30, my God. Okay. Fair enough. I think it is dinner time for you. Maybe it is, as per Australian time, it is surpassed actually. Maybe Indian time is fine.
Yeah, I'll go and get something to eat. Thanks and take care.
Okay, we'll see you after half an hour. Go to any blank thing. Task tab. Go to this insert group. See task. There is a drop down, right? In this there is a recurring task. Add this. We'll get put here the name of the task like team meeting. Give the duration of the meeting. Let's say 1 hour or 2 hours. Define the frequency, weekly, monthly, yearly. weekly, then bi-weekly or weekly, then put the date. Okay, and then define the time at the start and the end date. If the project start and project end date is suggested, you can select as it is and then say okay, get added here. Is that clear? Like this. And then you can assign resources to it. You have to assign resources not to individual but to the summary task. That's the only place where we actually act on summary task. All other places we only act on the leaf task actually, in the task at the leaf level in the whole hierarchy. So take 10-15 minutes, try out all this, otherwise you will forget. It is always easy when I do. So first one, percentage complete. Then by updating duration. And third one is by updating work, that is effort. Now what happens, you take this approach, it is faster, it takes very less time, but it does not give very accurate information also. It provides information which is a little broader in terms and give an idea that how we are doing in the project. It does not give very accurate information. The second is updating duration. Updating duration means I talk about that this task was scheduled for 5 days. For 3 days it is completed. It doesn't mean that 2 days are left. In the percentage complete, we don't have this opportunity to specify. We only tell 50% complete, 60% complete, 30% complete. If this is the task, this is 60% complete. I put a bar here, say 60% complete. But what remaining is, whatever remaining is remaining. I don't have opportunity to tell that remaining is more than or less than what we planned. While in this case, if task is this much, I say this is a 5 days task, it is completed 60%, but that does not mean that task will finish in the remaining time. The task may take another day extra. So I have the opportunity that okay, actual duration 3 days are over, but the remaining duration is not 2 days, but it is 3 days. In this case, so what happens here, the information which we get is a little more accurate comparing to percentage complete. So it gives the real status. but it takes more time. For every task we have to add that, okay, actual this, remaining this, actual this, remaining this. In the updating the work, actually what happens when there are multiple people working on a project and I say 3 days work is done, what happened to 3-4 people? It takes the status of 3-4 people as seen. Now, when there are 3 people working on a task, suppose this is a 10 days task, after 5 days you are taking a status. What are the chances that all 3 will report the same status? Almost negligible, right? All 3 will give you some different status because they might have faced different situations. Some person might have gone on leave, some person might have to help somebody else, somebody would be working more hours than required or then maybe over time to complete this. They may report you different efforts they have spent on the task. Therefore, this becomes more important and more accurate. So when I say task 60%, I don't say task 60%. You say first resource task is this much complete. He has spent so much time. Second resource has spent this much time. Another resource has spent this much time. On an average, this work is this much done. And they may be telling something different remaining. So this much is remaining. This will say this much is remaining. I will finish before. This may be telling this much is remaining, and this says I am running behind schedule. This much is remaining. Now these are the efforts basically which will ultimately reflect into the task, and task will give more accurate information about the progress than this and this. But definitely as you are seeing, it takes more time to enter all this. So it is all about how much efforts I put and how much accurate information I take it. Now which one is good? No, there is nothing about good or bad here. It's about project's need. Now what is project need? If my project, I'm at a very high level looking at the project, for me percentage complete should be good enough because it is giving me an idea, is the project on track or not. If I need little more accurate information, maybe I want to know that exact date when it will finish, I may go with updating durations. Then it will give me exact dates that, okay, when the project will finish, how much it is done, like that. But if I want to look into my estimates, or I want to improve my estimates in the next project, this would be the right approach. This may take more time, but it will give me that how much I could able to match my estimate in execution, and then I can update my estimation in the next project will be definitely better. For that, I need to put more efforts and get more accurate information. So depending upon what is the need of the project, we should choose appropriate strategy. We can use a hybrid strategy also, a blended strategy also. Maybe somewhere everything going fine, I say percentage complete. Somewhere I need to update more accurately, I will use either duration update or work updation depending upon the need. Now what happens, not understanding this thing very accurately, people either go overboard in providing more information than required to the project, or providing less information than required by the project's need. Now when the efforts spent on the projects are not in proportion to the project's need, we either find it is broadly that MS project is not giving that kind of information I'm looking for, or I spend much more time, I say I'm wasting my time on MS project. Actually, MS project has nothing to do with it. It is my strategy. It is the way I want to update. If I don't need much accurate information, I need not to give too much details to the MS project. I can simply use percentage complete, maybe update duration. MS project is like a revolver, I will say. Is the tool. Now, how it will be used, it will be in the hand of the person who is using it. So, whom to shoot is not depending upon the revolver or you have in your hand. It depends upon who are you. If you are a policeman, you may be shooting a, a villain in the society, or if you are a villain in the society, maybe shooting a good person. So it all depends upon whom to shoot, how many bullets to shoot. It's all depend upon the person. It's not about tool. It's about using appropriate strategy. But before we do this, what we need to do is we need to baseline the project. What is baselining of the project? Baselining of the project is that once I schedule the project, I get it reviewed by my all stakeholders. I get it reviewed, take their opinions of all the stakeholders and incorporate in this. And if the people are happy with this project plan, I say this is the project plan I want to execute. And then I freeze it. I freeze it and I start executing it. But when I start executing, there's a fair chances that I may not be able to execute exactly as per the plan. Rarely any project goes like that. And if the project goes like that, project manager is not required on this project. Only those project manager required which are not going as per the plan. Almost every project doesn't go as per the plan because we are not astrologers. We can't predict everything in the future. So definitely some different things come into some different situation we're going to handle, and definitely we need to optimize our project, make changes in the projects to deliver on time. That means we are going to deviate from our original plan. When we deviate, our baseline helps us to understand how much we are deviating. Understand the variance and then taking corrective measures to reduce this variance so that we stay on our plan. Or if the plan was not right, changing the plan. So baseline helps us to understand that what was our original plan, how we manage it, how we decided to manage it, and where we are going, what should we do to stay on track, because baseline tells us the track, the right direction. And therefore baseline is we need to do before we put any actual data for tracking. How this will happen? We'll go to the project tab, and then under this we should see that in the schedule group we have a set baseline. The set baseline. When we click on it, we see that set baseline, entire project, selected task. When we do the first time, we can baseline the entire project. Now question arises when the baseline can be changed, and the answer is very simple: when the scope changes. That's the only condition. If scope does not change, you are not supposed to change baseline, whatever happened in the project. Maximum another thing which can happen is that at some point of time you decide that whatever planning I have done in the project is absolutely wrong. I am going to replan the whole project. Because the whole project is getting replanned, then baseline on the previous plan does not make sense. You need to re-baseline the project based on the new plan. That's the only exception. There is no other possibility of changing the baseline whatever happened in the project. The only condition to change the baseline is to change the scope. When the scope will change, new tasks get added. When the new tasks get added, then we select those tasks and add them into the baseline. And this has to go through the change control process. The change control process, you go through the change control process, changes get approved, you bring into them in the project plan, then you select them, come over here and add them into the baseline. At that time, we do not re-baseline the whole project. The tasks which have actuals, in no circumstances you should re-baseline them. If you have added some actual data into a task, you cannot re-baseline it. Project allows, it gives the freedom, but you are not supposed to do it. So when your scope changes, you add more tasks into the project, you select those tasks, and in that case don't use entire project, you select task. And when you do select task, you often need to select this because summary tasks get reflected, because you might have not selected summary task, but that has to get reflected into the summary task. You add this and say okay, then those tasks get added into the baseline. Currently we do entire project. When we do entire project, it get baseline. You don't come to know even. It is a momentary thing. But how to see that we should come to know? So there are two ways. I did a Control Z, remove the baseline. What I do here, I will go to tracking Gantt chart. Okay, look at the right hand side on the Gantt chart. When I do set baseline, I say entire project. If you see a new line get added below the original line, and this black line is actually a baseline, and this is the task which is showing critical because it's a critical task, otherwise a baseline get added. If I make changes here now, make it to 8 days, you see this goes, baseline does not change. Baseline only changes when I re-baseline, otherwise it doesn't. Your changes in the plan does not change baseline. Let me do this. Let me also again do Control Z and show you how you see other things. I go to view, change the table to cost table. Here the baseline column is 0. When I do baseline, this get copied into this project, set baseline, entire project. This get copied into this. If I change anything here, it does not impact this. Variance will add to the variance. Let me show you. I change the cost to work table. Here also this got copied here. If I change from 3 days to 5 days, it does not change baseline, it gives you a variance. Right? In this way, even in the variance table, you will see start and finish get copied into baseline, start, baseline, finish. And they can only change when we re-baseline. Okay, and that is how baseline makes sense. Okay, I have a question. In case the scope is same and the duration changes, client approves the changes, request will require baseline. Yeah, if change in the duration are going through the change control process, client approves this, yes, you can rebaseline. But I will say only rebaseline the portion which you have rescheduled. Don't rebaseline everything. If the change is coming through change control process, only then. That is a change in the scope actually. Even the change in duration is a change in scope. Scope does not mean only the number of tasks actually. So if it is approved change, you can do. Because this will increase or decrease your cost actually if the duration is changing. Now, how we track this? We will, let's do one thing. Let's consider that we do a virtual run and use all three strategies one by one. I go to the project, use a status date, click on it, change the status. How we change? Suppose the project is starting on 14th. Currently we are on 19th. Okay. Suppose we are on 19th. So today we are changing the project status. 1 week project is executed. Suppose project is executed for 1 week. I make it 19 April, the status date, 19th April, and then update the project. The first thing which I will do is the percentage complete. For that, what I do, I add a column here just to make it easier for us to understand and select percentage complete. Right? And go to the task, you will see that some discrete values of percentage completion are here. 0, 25, 50. Before you use it, you try to form some kind of a strategy. The strategy, because this is a broader type of tracking, we do not get very accurate information. Why we don't get accurate information? If you go to your resource and ask him, what is the status of your task? So what the answer you will get? Just started, about to finish, completed, half done, maybe 60–70% done, something like that, the answers you will get. Right? Nobody is going to tell you my task is completed 16.5%. Therefore, we're going to update the project like that, the kind of things we hear from the resources. So we normally, some people make this kind of rules that if the task is not started, it is 0%. If the task is started but not crossed 50%, we keep it 25%. Even if it is started yesterday, even if it is 10% complete, we still say 25% complete. When it crosses 50%, we make it 50%. When the task is about to finish but not finished, we keep it 75%. We do not make it 100% until and unless everything on that task is completed. If you do so, you are running at a risk. So you can use this, or you can have some other ground rules also. Project type task started 10%, 50% completed to 50%. about to finish 90%, when completely finished 100%. This is also you can check. Because this is available, we're going to use this. So we have executed the project for 5 days and we are updating it. Let's consider that it is going as usual, as planned. So what I will do, 1 week done, it means 50% completed, 10 days task. So I will go and say 50% complete. Any other task scheduled? No. You see it become darker. Anything in the first project? Now this first meeting. Let's say first meeting also completed as usual. Now complete is, the meeting is something like which is true and false. Either it will not happen or it will happen. So suppose it happened, no variance, everything is fine. I will go and make it 100% complete. Done? Let's consider that project has further progressed, and this time let's say we let's jump to 3 weeks, 2 weeks of this. So we are on 3rd of May, or say 2nd May on Friday, and updating the status. So on 2nd May we are updating the status. Gather requirements is completed on time. Even in non-time, I don't have any other option except to make it. If I make it 100%, it will consider this on time it happened, because there is no way in percentage complete to define that the task get completed delayed or before time. Suppose document requirement is 50% completed. I would go and say 50% complete. Any other thing? Only these two. One of 21st April and then this 28th April and 5th April. But 6th April will not. So these two meetings have happened. Suppose this meeting happened. Okay. So both meetings have happened. I will say 100% complete. Now I do not have in the percentage complete opportunity to tell that this meeting took 3 hours instead of 2 hours. Now suppose, yeah, it is more a feeling, or it is an assessment of the resource who is working on the, it's a broader assessment. Percentage complete is like that. So I go to project, change the status date, and suppose this time I'm on 16th of May. Let's progress by 2 weeks. This time I will say that my document requirement actually takes 6 days instead of 5 days. How will I can present it? For that I need to go to the task. This mark on task, actually it is a drop down. There is something, a golden egg which is hidden behind this this drop down, and that is update task. Click on the update task. You will get this dialog box where you can change complete, percentage complete. You can give actual duration. You can give remaining duration. You can give start date, finish date, or whatever it is. And let me tell you, though the option is there, start date and finish date, we strongly advise that never update dates. As I said, dates are always output. So never give dates as an input. If that happens, you think that it is an exception. and there is no other option except to do this. If you are commonly doing it this, I think you may be messing up your project sometime later. You will be difficult for managing it. So suppose right now it was 50% complete, so it said 2.5 days actual, 2.5 days remaining. Now it is completed, but it took 6 days. So I put here 6 days and say okay. I don't update the remaining duration. It took 100% because it was planned for 5 days. It took 6 days. Therefore, it is fully complete. Percentage complete. It is calculated that. Plus also updated 6 days. If you see here, the baseline was this much, but it has gone ahead. Because it's a critical path, it is on critical path, our finish date has shifted. Now what about review requirements? Let's say review requirement is completed. I will go here and say either I say 100% if it is on time, or say you complete this in 2 days instead of 3 days. Looking at the changes, you took a little more effort and complete this in 2 days. So what I will do, I will again go here, update task. I say 2 days, but 2 days means it is for 3 days. So what it will do, it will take remaining duration as 1 by default if I don't update remaining duration. Let's see. So it is 67% complete, but that's not my intention. It is 1 day. My intention is making it 0 because task is completed. It means there is nothing remaining. So when there is nothing remaining, task is completed. So I make it 0 manually, and this way it will make it 100% in 2 days. 2 days completed 100%. If you go and check it now, it is completed 0%. It has automatically taken the finish date also. This completed late, this started late but finish on time. Right? Now let's look at any other thing. These are the tasks. Now suppose team meeting 4 is on time, but team meeting 5th took 3 hours instead of 2 hours. So I will again come over here, say update task and make it 3 hours. Completed with 3 hours. Let's move to another week, another 2 weeks. I am on 30th of May and doing this. Suppose approval required, we have got the approval. So say go and mark it 100% because this is a milestone, right? You have to recognize, because there is no work or not. You have to recognize it that it is completed, it is achieved. See, mark it 100%. Now this is the high level design. If it is completed on time, then you can just simply mark it, or if it takes more time or less time, you can update this there and you say it took 6 days instead of 6.25 days. It took 6 days. you look at this, that this work is also changing because people are working on that. It assumes that people are continuously working when you have 6 days. So individual efforts cannot be updated through duration. What about this low level design? Let's go here from 20th May to 30th is 9 days. So I will say it is 9 days. But the forecast is that it will not finish in 10 days. It will take 3 more days. Now, when you talk to your people and say, okay, how many days you have spent on this time, on this task, do you consider that it will finish on time, or how much more time you will take? So this is a more important question to ask team members: how much more time you will take? How much more time you will take? This is the most important question, because how much you have done as of now, it's a past. You can't take action. But if you know it is going to be delayed, or it is something which is maybe create problem, how many more days you will take, it's a future thing. If you know about that, you can take some action and can bring it on track, or try to bring it on track. So future forecast is more important than the past status. Now, getting the forecast, you need to know the past status, but that's not so important. Most important is how we are going to do in future, because that will help us to take action. So if it takes 3 more days, I put 3 in the remaining days. It will automatically calculate, make it to 12 days, and that is 75% complete. Out of 12 days, 9 days is 75%. Similarly, come over here, and I have 2 more. If they are all done or time, then I can just mark them. Let's use the third approach. I am going to in the 30th of June. 13th of June. How will I update efforts? For that, I need to change some views and tables. So first of all, I will change the view to task users view, where I can see the task as well as the assignments. Now here, if you see, I can cost. If you see, I can see task as well as assignment, and we are on this. Every other's work is completed, but this person is still working on it. Designer was on holiday, right? Now, if this person put more effort and complete this in time, then he can update, and this can complete a little earlier. So what I will do, I will change the table also, and I will bring work table, because I'm going to update work efforts. So in the designer, I have baseline efforts, variance, actual and remaining. What I'm going to update is actual and remaining. So if I say, if I just update designer, I need not to update any of this because they all are completed. They have nothing up like remaining. So I say he put efforts for 1.5 more days, so making it 8 days, and then 1.33 days he says I completed in 8 days and make it 0. So remaining 0 means the task is completed, so it become 100% complete in 8 days. The total duration is actually, it was 10 days, but actually it took 11.33 days. So there is a variance of 1.33 days only. Earlier it was more. Let's say this. Here, because there is a one-to-one relationship, either you update here or here does not make any difference. So I can say that it was a 2 days work. He has completed in 2 days. I simply go and put actuals in 2 days. It is completed, done. Now in the coding, I think we have assigned more developers. It's not only one developer, it has 2 developers actually. So I can, because they are both are developers, I can suggest here that what is the timeline? Let me add timeline here. Or say finish. Finish is more important. I got finish date here. So this is supposed to finish on 19th June. It means 8 days work is done. So we'll say 8 days of effort. 8 days of effort is done. You see 8 days of effort done. In 8 days, one person worked for all 5 days, other person worked for 3 days. And therefore, 2 days work is remaining. And it get reflected in this. So if your resource forecast that it will not complete in 2 days, it will complete in 3 days, then you have to update it remaining 3 days. Then it will change the finish date. Or if your resource says instead of 2 days, I will complete it in 1 day only, then it is 1 day which is left. Then it is complete before time. It is 13, right? Okay, it's not started. So suppose similarly I come over here in this and update their actuals. So suppose project manager were there So it will say 2 hours. You can put 2 hours. 2 hours. Suppose architect did not turn up on that day. So you continue, make it 0, but also remaining will be remain 0 because he cannot do the things later because meeting has happened. So this remaining becomes 0. Then tech lead 2 hours, and suppose test lead attended only for 1 hour. Say 1 hour, but make it 0 here. So in effort column, you can update the individual people's this. Let's say it is project manager 2 hours, this 2 hours, 0.13 days, 0.13 days. Suppose tech lead could not attend it, make it 0, make it 0 here, and test lead was 2 hours. So this way you can keep updating. This you cannot update in duration. But definitely, as you see, it takes more time. Let's try out once more. We are on 27th of June. Come over here and looking at this development, I will say this is completed. If this is simply completed, I can simply mark it, or I will say it is 9 days, 0. Now it is a it is unit testing. Suppose this is also completed and it completed on time, then I can simply make it 2. If there is any rework, very minimal rework, I took 1 day and 1 day is saved here. Okay, what is it is connected with, which cannot move, which is connected with rework. Let's see in there. Okay, with this it's connected with, sorry, this rework is this, and this is connected with it. It's absolutely fine. Let's try this. Here is rework, development, this one. Make it 0, took it. Release tech lead, this is also done. 0.5 days. Suppose tech lead, the program specification, suppose he took 6 days instead of 5 days, you can put it 6 days here. You need to update remaining because the automatic calculator is 0. Now suppose here in the coding which is happening, okay, the tech leads, there are 2 people assigned to it. The tech lead which is working up to 20th of June, you see that up to 20th June, and this is 23rd June. You can update it separately. The tech lead is supposed to work 4 days and developers were supposed to work 16 days. And suppose tech lead completed his work in 3 days, while the developers took much more days, and there are 3 developers working on it. Even 1 day they took 3 days, 3 more days it will take. Let's say suppose they took 20 days instead of 16 days. task get delayed, it moves on to the next day. So here you can update tech lead and developer separately. Otherwise, what will happen here? 3 days and 20 days. So here also I have to make 0. So it is completed in 23 days. But if suppose I make it 23 days here, what will happen? Here it will goes 18.4 and here goes 4.6. It distribute this into the proportion they are assigned to task. So we'll say, so instead of doing this, because everybody, I will make it as 3 days here. So 3 days here, 0 here, and 20 days here. Then the unit testing. Support is completed a little faster. Rework, code review, let's say completed on time. Rework, let's do again 4 days. No, this cannot be. We are on 27th. And we go below and look at the team meetings. Now this is, if I put this is just completed on as scheduled, there is no problem. I simply go and make it 100%, and this will get distributed automatically as this is. So it is much easier. But if suppose this meeting only happen between project manager, business analyst and architect, then I will just update them make them 100%, 100%, 100%, and here I just make 0 and 0. So the total control with you. The next step could be when you can update here actual by making it actual column, actual row here. So you say actual work. So for everything to work, actual work, work, actual work. You can update here also. But this is going to take your time so much that you become project managers for MS project, not for your team. So you are in your project manager, so that you can manage team and MS project help you. You are not here to help MS project and give miss to your team. This can be done through MS project server. When server, what happens when you plan this schedule, when you publish it on the server send out mail of individual resources to individual resources with their plan as per your project plan, and then they can enter timesheet. When they submit their timesheet and you sync up with the server, all the data will come here and fed. So through server you will get exact accurate information that how people have spent their time on their task assigned to them. This is much more accurate. So you see where you stand with. You can check how you are doing. You have up to this place you are more or less okay. Here you started delaying, then it get delayed further. It get delayed. These all things get delayed. and the project seems to be delayed by some. It's supposed to finish on 16 July. It is finishing currently on 18 July. So 2 days delay you see. How you check this? The one of the simplest task, simplest way to know how your project is doing, you go to the project tab, go to the project information, you get this, there is a statistic button here, click on this, you get this snapshot of your project. The project is 67% complete as of now, which you are seeing here also. Now look at this. The current start is this. Actually baseline was that. Current also. So you started on time. Actual is all this. Now your schedule finish on 16. Actual it is not finished yet. But as per the current progress, it is expected that it will finish on 18th July. There is a delay of 2.5 days. Started on time, finished late by 2.5 days. Duration, baseline by 65.17%. Current forecast is 67%. If you take some action, it can reduce. Actual, as of now, your total duration which is completed as of now is 45 days and 22 days of work is left. Similarly, work 137 is the original plan. Current forecast says you spend 140 days, percentage of effort. 95 days of effort is spent, 45 days of effort is left. Similarly, $33,525 supposed to be spent on the project. Current forecast says you're going to spend on 34,331. 21,469 you have already spent. 12,861 are left with you. This is simplest way to know the project status at any point of time. If you want to get more details, you can go to the reporting. Before I go to the reporting, I want to ask you, do you have any questions with respect to tracking? Is that easier for you now to track your project, to understand which strategy to use, when to blend these strategy, or you have any question, let me know. Nothing, all good? Proceed with the reporting.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, this with the project statistics, the project completion, which is the 60% which is showing, like, is on the basis of the estimate which you are given for the completion part, like that itself is not accurate, like, so how do we, It's just, whatever for the, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this percentage completion is just a guess estimate like what we have, and on the basis of that, we get result of percentage completion of the project.
See,
So,
it this percentage complete depend upon how you have tracked the project. If you have tracked the project by updating percentage complete, then it is more like estimation.
Yep.
If you have updated it with the duration complete, it is more accurate.
Yeah, that will be more accurate. Like, so how do we get on the basis of the duration, like, because that is a more actual this thing, like,
Now, let me clarify you. It's not vice versa situation. The input, this is output.
No, sorry, I'm just I'll just finish up. If the percentage completion can be based on the actual work, that give a more sense of the right result of the project part. Like, that is what I feel.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is actually an output. How accurate it is, it depends upon what strategy you took while entering the actuals. If you have enter actuals through percentage, then this what you are seeing is broadly broad status. If you have updated through duration, it is more accurate, and if you have updated through work by entering, then this what you are seeing is quite accurate.
My thing is to very specific. Like, can we have a method where we can calculate the completion on the basis of the actual work itself? Like,
You update by providing actual work. Your output is as accurate as your inputs are.
okay.
But
then
don't use
the micro.
Yeah, go ahead.
The calculation part should be taken care by the by the report planner itself. Like, I mean to say,
MS project.
when we do the actual MS office is a project planner itself. Like, instead of we putting the percentage completed as we have done over here, can't the planner calculate the same thing and then give the percentage on the basis of the actual work?
So if you have the information about actual work, you provide that actual work into the project.
Yeah, we'll be
You
doing
need
on
to
a
calculate.
day-to-day basis.
See, if you have actual, your team member comes and say, okay, I have spent 3 days on it, and 2 days it will take. You just put this information into the project. It will tell you the percentage complete everything. This percentage complete is as accurate as your input. If you have input by providing work of individual resources, then this percentage complete is quite accurate. But if you have updated the project by percentage complete your own, then your input is actually a guesstimate or estimate kind of thing. Is a broader guess, right? Then this progress is broader actually. Don't think that the percentage complete is inaccurate, is broader. Percentage complete is broader. This is an output.
So it's best to have a column like of actual work itself, so that we update that also, like to have a accurate picture at any given point of time.
Yeah, so you always input actual work. If you want absolutely accurate information, you always like go here, create a view like this, and always update through this. I showed you 3 approaches.
Yeah, right. Very true.
You can use any approach, either of them, depending upon what is the need of your project.
Yeah, now since you already have this actual column over here, my question is like, now taking this into account, how do we calculate, how do we arrive at a percentage? Is it possible to take this column which is already there, like actual, and then tell what exactly is the status of the project, like completion, in terms of completion?
This information is based on this actual only. What you have provided here in actual, what you have provided in remaining, this All calculation is based on this only.
Okay, fine. Right,
See,
right.
these columns
One
are
is-
always there. When I update percentage complete, then it distribute it in actual and remaining. Suppose this is 5 days, right? I say 50% complete. It means 2.5 days actual, 2.5 days remaining. If I say it is 5 days, 3 days are done and 2 days are remaining, it will update the percentage complete as 60%. You give
Right,
two
right, got it.
inputs remaining, it will calculate its own. If you give this input,
Yeah,
it will calculate these two.
right. Yeah, I just got it little confused. Like one example you had given about a slab, like it is just about 25 and then that percentage completion. So I had taken that thing and all. But now here is this percentage is actually on the basis of the actual completion only.
Right, exactly.
I thought like this was taken on that you had given an example. Like if you are given the slab part, like 10
Okay,
to 20%. Then it is so I thought that this is on the basis of that. Okay, I got it.
You can, if you are having duration, then you can have duration also like this. You can create a view which based on duration instead of work.
Yeah.
Okay, and any other question on this? Okay, let me go to the reporting part then. In the reporting part, this is what is a major change between 2010 and 2013 version. Earlier reporting was very crude. The report is overhauled in 2013. Otherwise, 2013 and 2010 are more or less same, except this reporting part. So reporting part is the major change. This visual reports were there uh, in 2010 version also. When you use visual reports, it will take you to so in the visual reports, the data is exported to an Excel and a graph is created. Okay, will not use these, you will just use Excel part. So in this, what will happen? It export data either to Excel or Visio. Will not use Visio, will use Excel. So if you want to see the baseline work report, suppose how we are doing on the work basis. So I will say view, click on this and say view. What it will do, it will generate data, export it to Excel and then open an Excel and generate a graph. Okay, look at this. So it is showing you the requirement analysis, it goes as per the plan. In the design, this is baseline, this is current forecast, and this is actual. Because design is completed, therefore forecast and actual is same. Actually forecast is no more forecast, it is basically actual. And it is slightly more than baseline. Development, this is baseline, this much is actual, which is little less than baseline, so development is not completed. But whatever actual has been done, based on that, it is forecast that it will take slightly more efforts than baseline. Testing is not done, deployment is not done. Team meetings shows that some meetings are still left, and here also going to spend little more efforts than expected. How much it is? It is 14.625, it is 15.36, so it is slightly more. If you want to see the data, you can see the data on second tab. This is the data which is. If you want to see the details within the design, you can say high level, low level, you can just expand it and go to the chart. So requirement, development, and the design, all three are separate. If you want to see in the development, how much is, what is the variance in sales and production, what is production, you can go and see that. Development, this and this. So actually sales and distribution, we have saved effort, but in production it has gone more. As a resultant, the overall development is taking more time, is taking more effort. Right? I can see the similar thing, you can look at the costing part. Let's see. The cost wise, we have saved a lot of cost actually. Actual cost is much less. Here the cost is much more. So work and cost, they are not going hand in hand. Baseline this much, actually is this much. Baseline is this much, this much is already spent, going to spend more than that, more than baseline. Here also. Another way to look at this report is budget cost report. So the baseline cost report is based on individual module, while the budget cost report is on the time, week on week or month on month kind of things. So quarter 2, quarter 3, it doesn't give me much idea. So I will go in assignment views and make it on a week basis. This is the first week, we spend much less than planned. Not a good idea as such. In the second week also, the third week also. Now fourth week we have almost equilibrium. The fifth week we have spent more than baseline. You know what it is showing? It is showing that the work is supposed to happen here is happening here. The little delay is there in the project. Here also we are spending less, and then here we are spending much more. So this shows that the work is supposed to happen in week number 24. Actually it is happening on week number 25. So this shows delay. So this shows report over a period of time, while the baseline report shows on the performance of individual module. You can look at the cash flow report. This is, if you have done PMP kind of thing, you must have learned about cost baseline. So this line is showing cost baseline. And these bars actually spent in those weeks. So if you see quarter one, again, what I need to do is go into the class uses, spend and expand it, and this is our cost baseline. And these are bars are the expenses on those weeks. So this is cumulative cost, and this is cost in individual week. And this is showing current. Okay, based on current. Similarly, you can see the earned value report. This is how it is. Now this shows everything about our project. This shows, let me put this away. So red is plant value, green is the actual expenses, actual dollar spent, and blue is how much we have achieved. So till this time it was absolutely good, more or less good. Here it is absolutely good. Till this time it is more or less good, but after that we are running behind. We supposed to achieve this much and spend this much. We spend less and achieved even less, though there is not much difference. But if you see here, 21469, is earned. AC, right, 20 achieved 20,739 while spent 21,000, yes, and while we supposed to achieve 26,000. So we are running behind schedule and behind over budget also. Though the over budgeting is not much, but behind schedule is big. Gap. So the gap between earned value and plant value is the gap of the schedule variance, and difference between these two is cost variance. So cost variance is not much, but schedule variance is very high. Similarly, you can see the who is contributing how much. So it's showing work, material and cost. Material is very small, cost is small, most of the work. But if you want to change it, see who is contributing how much, you can change from here. So like I do not want, yes, I will show you how to customize it. So instead of type, I want actual resources. So I remove the type and bring the resources. So now you know who is contributing how much. You can remove cost resources to come and material resources. So now it is comparison between work resources. Maximum developers. Tech lead. Business analyst. Tester. Right? Now what the changes MS project has done, or when the MS project done, is that earlier it was available like that, but all these things are now inbuilt available in the project itself. So all these things are available here itself with this. So if you want to show what is a burn down chart, you look at and see that how our burn down report looks like, right? So this is our burn down chart. As earned value report was showing, it is the remaining actual work is much more than actually supposed to be. And similarly here, the number of it is about the task. Similarly, in the report section, you can go and see what is the cost overload. These all reports, many reports are available within the MS project. You need not to. So these reports become redundant now. You don't need them. You don't need this. So it shows the cost is this, remaining this, and percentage complete is this. It going the status of this. So various other reports out there, upcoming tasks. So you can see what are the tasks which are upcoming. There's not much actually. In fact, all tasks are in progress. Work overview, how much work is completed. 68% were completed. Remaining work is this. Actual work is this. It is showing that this much is completed, this much remaining. This remaining, full remaining, this much completed, this much remaining. This is work-wise burn down chart. You can see over allocated resources. So it is showing the over allocation. This is test lead and this is tech lead. Two places over allocated. You can get over resource overview. You can see the critical task for the critical task. All critical tasks are listed. Most of the tasks are critical actually. So these tasks are late actually. You can see earned value report here itself. The same way. It shows the cost variance and schedule variance. Schedule variance is high. Cost variance is low. So cost variance is only this much, while the schedule variance is this much. Okay, if you want to prepare it, as Rajendra is asking, you go to dashboard, so you go to the new report and say make a blank report. Give any name. project dashboard. Totally blank canvas. You can prepare anything, whatever you want. As you open the resource, this actually toolbar changes. You can add anything you want. Suppose I want to add the overall status of the project. I want to add a table. So one table is get added here. I can put it anywhere here. What should be there in this on the right hand side, because this is all pivotal table. This I can select all this. So it's a project started on this, finishing on this, 67% complete. I can look at the what is the cost variance. So I select cost variance, I get cost variance here. CV percentage is this. It's not required. Now look at the date wise, dates are already here. Let's go down and see if we have any other thing. CV percentage, -4%. Let's remove this. If I remove cost variance, I can remove. So I have cost variance and schedule variance. Negative is bad. Work variance, 3.5 days variances. You can have this. Then you can add a graph here. I say let's line graph. It's kind of bun down chart. You can see what you want really, how you want to see it, like this, like this, like this. Quite a few options for decoration. You can change the filter, you can change the style also. You can add the elements in this. You can have like bar chart. So this is the actual remaining work. You can add into this baseline. I will go and work baseline. Baseline work, get piece added. So you have the baseline also, right? You go down, add another graph. You can remove this actually. Oh, whatever. Okay. You can add legend in this. It's not the work which we are looking for. PQRST resources. Okay, group is not there. Resource name. Okay, this is what it is. In data level sheet. Format data level. You can have percentage instead of value. You can have series name. It will show me. So it is work, actually it is work type. Okay, so actual resources name are here and you can put it. So basically the whole thing is that you have a open canvas here. You can put anything, let's put any table and change the details. You can put here resource name and there when they start finishing, all details will come. So you have a resource graph here, resource details here. You can change their details instead of start finish date. You can have how much efforts they are putting. You can see how much cost is there. You have cost of each resource and the work contribution by this. You can add tables, you can add some shape. If you think it may make some sense, you can type something down. by putting it. Resource status. Project reporting, report. You see text box, copy, manage, rename report, organizer. You can change this the page date, the page, how big the page is for printing purpose. Where you want a page break, so printing becomes easier. You want to add some images, take some images and put anything here. Edit. Good, looks good. So it's an open canvas. Whatever you want to add, you can add, and I think you need to little work on it to learn it actually. This may not be easy. There's some kind of hit and trial, maybe a day or two need to spend on it to understand how to create tables, how to bring, what kind of data you can bring and how to bring the data, how can we can bring some appropriate chart here. All reports are here. It's all you see here. There's nothing specific here. The various options available format. In chart type, put something else. Make something, add element to chart. There are various options available. This is the way you can create a customized report. Okay. Want to know something more? All these things are available. You can add on-value report in this. Oh. Okay. Anything, any question related to this? At the end of the day, what you can do, you can, if you have completed project, I will just show you a small report that how you can prepare a project report at the end of the project. customizing visual. Yeah. So you can generate various reports and can summarize the projects. Like this is a similar project tracking Gantt chart. This is a burn down report. How you have burned down your overall efforts, how much initially and how you ahead of schedule or behind schedule or how much you did. You can also give a cost overview report. You can have work overview report, resource overview report, how where resources have spent more against the baseline, where the actual work has done against the baseline. So this was baseline and this is actual. How your resources are being contributing in your project. You can show a cash flow. These are all reports which are generated by this. Only thing is you have to consolidate it together and show it. And so this is what I prepared, one customized report. In the dash report, I say in the project dashboard, the overall project performance, percentage complete, work percentage, baseline, finished this, work performance, time performance, cost performance. You can prepare a similar kind of customized report as I showed you. Then continue on this. This is resource work performance against the baseline. So it was baseline, but it is actual work done. This is how the different people are contributing. This is milestone. This is pending task as of today. We generate the complete report actually. And this screen shows that we are completed more or less everything. The next 2 hours we are going to do a project. So you can take a break, come back by 7 p.m. maybe in half an hour. Meanwhile, I'm sending you a case study. Read it and attempt it. I will be here, and if you need any help, anything, you can just ask me. You can discuss that with me. Normally it takes 1 hour to 1.5 hours as such to do this project if you do it systematically, as I explained you. But if you jump through here and there, then you make mistakes, and then it will take much more time. Okay, in 5-10 minutes I will send you the report. Oh, sorry, the case study. You take break, get refreshed, and then come back and attempt this case study. Okay. Any question? Take a break. Are you back? Okay. Who else is back? Ajay, yes. Okay. Did you did you get time to go through the case study? Going through the same. Okay. So once you go through this case study, what I suggest we should discuss it for like couple of minutes before you start working on it. So something which is like looks quite obvious sometimes, or sometimes it get skipped or does not get noticed. So I just want to highlight those things, that you have understood the case study completely, and though it is fairly simple, but I still want to discuss and want to ensure that you understand, so that if you do it systematically, you will complete in whatever time we have. Okay. See, look at this. This is a case study, and let me ask you, what do you think? What we need to do? If you all contribute a little bit, I think we will understand the complete case study. Anyone? Anyone?
We can start the project, create a new project blank one with the WBS, like, because the tasks are already listed down.
Yeah, but what we need to achieve actually in this case study?
The- There are some empirical values that has to be at the end of the project, at the end of the, I'm sorry, the planning stage. There are some questions which requires an answers, like, I'll just open the sheet like.
Let me tell you broadly. One thing is that you need to launch a mobile phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that to be launched within 6 months. That's the most important thing.
Yeah. Duration is
project
duration.
characteristic. Something unique has to come within the stated time limit.
Yeah.
And then you have been given a work breakdown structure that you need to recreate in MS Project. So you have summary task, you have actual task under that, and milestones.
Yeah. Yes. You have a start date and the end date also.
You have a start date next Monday, end date you need to work out, which should be less than 6 months.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you that too early and too and late both are problem. So it should be very near to 6 months.
Yeah.
The efforts are mentioned in this. This is efforts, not duration. Need to be entered into work column, not duration column. And then you have been provided a network diagram which tells that who is dependent on what. The one problem normally people face, these numbers are these numbers 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, 13. Okay, looking at this, now people often get confused with these number with the these IDs, task IDs. So these numbers are not that those IDs, but these are these numbers. So what I suggest you, to make your life simple, when you create these tasks, you create the task with numbers. When you say develop document requirement, then you write one dot document requirement. It will make your life easier when you come to this network diagram and try assigning dependency. Okay? Ask me if you anything remain unclear. Resource list is given, which you can create in the resource sheet. This is fairly simple. There is no cost and material resource here, so it is, the life is little easier. Assignment is given, who is working on what. So requirement on the document requirement, business analyst to be assigned. Once you are done with this, then there are some situations which are provided here. We have learned all these things today or yesterday or previous session. So you incorporate those things in the schedule. If all goes well, your schedule will give answer to all these questions. My suggestion to you is, do not make any assumption. If you are unclear, if you are doubtful, please ask me. I am sitting here and waiting for you to ask any question. Type this down into chat box or just speak out. Yeah, I tell you about the baseline. Just in case, maybe for a momentary I am here and there, you don't get my response, just type this into the chat box. I think within few minutes I will respond to you. Okay. If you are able to do this, then another 5 to 10 minutes job is that you update this actual and remaining work. These are all works because we are all doing in work. You can go in task uses view, change the sheet to worksheet, and then you can update this and you will get the answer of these questions. Ask me if you have any question. I will just tell you about the baseline. Ganesh, baseline is very simple. I think you missed out that portion. Go to the project, go into the set baseline. There is a set baseline. In your case, it is only the entire project. Once you have done the project, your duration is coming around 120 days, not more and not too less. Then I think you are more or less right. You can check with me if the things are right or wrong. And once you are sure, you can do the baseline. The baseline is required to go to the 4th page of this. That is, to get answer of these questions, you don't need baseline. You need baseline to input these. Before you input tracking data, you don't need baseline. So first set of questions you can get without baseline. So go into the project. Under project there is set baseline. Go to the set baseline. Select this entire project and then say OK. The project will be baseline. And the main thing behind baseline is that you have freezing your project plan that this is what I'm going to execute. And then you do not change it. You change on baseline only when scope changes or some changes come from the customers, like timeline increases or decreases. Then you can re-baseline, and only the impacted portion, not the complete project. Okay? All clear? Ready? Can do? Okay.
This task number into this diagram. Document demands is 1. Formalized specification is 2.
But do
As
one
for
thing.
this.
Go to the Gantt chart view.
Okay.
Go to the Gantt chart. Okay, show me here. Okay. One thing you need to do, select this task mode.
Okay.
Just select the whole task mode. All the tasks. Select all the tasks. Task column.
Task column. Okay.
Select all the and then press on auto schedule. Press on auto schedule.
Okay. So now it should be done.
No. Just show me more. This was the initial mistake. We should do only auto schedule, not the manual schedule. Now I am just do one thing. One minute. But you have not given number here, right? 1.6. Okay, you have given 1. Okay. Now you do one thing. This one, this
Yes.
Gantt chart. Zoom out actually.
Okay, I didn't get the last part. What do I have to do?
Go into view.
Okay.
No, view tab. View tab. View tab.
View.
Top. The top.
Okay. Yeah.
And click on this entire project. Zoom. There is a zoom block, right? Yes. Entire. No, entire. Okay. Great. Now tell me what is the problem.
Okay. Now.
To me, it is looking good, except this one. This design component, milestone. It should depend upon all three.
Should I show in the network diagram?
No, it is easier to see here. These are seen network diagram. This Gantt chart is network diagram only.
Yes.
It is easy to see here. Go down. Okay. It's okay, right? This is also looking okay.
Okay.
Go down. Okay. Go down. Okay. I think this looks okay. What is looks okay now? There could be some possibility of some network connectivity. Looks like there is a problem. Because what you need to do, first you assign resources
Okay.
and define resources, assign it, and verify three things. First, this is not right. I said you have to enter the estimate in the work column. So you need to.
So work column needs to be added
insert a
here.
work column here. Right click here on the duration. Select insert column. Start typing work. Work. Okay. Here you need
So
use
whatever is there is the duration.
therefore the problem is coming. You're supposed to enter here.
Okay. So instead of duration, it will be work column.
Yeah, that's why I especially mentioned it is effort. They are effort. They are not duration. Need to be entered into work column.
So it is converted into hours. So
For that you need to go to file, options, select schedule, come over here, say work is entered, the first, second, third section, scheduling option for project, work is entered in this, save. Then,
so the duration column, should I just take it away?
yeah, just forget about it right now. When you assign resources, it get updated. But before that, what you need to do also? What you need? Double click on any of the tasks. Double click on any of the tasks. Any task, right? Go to the advanced. this effort driven is off. Okay, for all the tasks, effort driven should be checked because we have
So can I just
we have a estimation in effort. So this should be primary.
so can I select all the tasks and do it?
I think you need to select all the lead tasks. Actually. Do one thing. You select all the tasks. Select all the tasks. Select all the tasks. And then go to the top. Press Shift and select the first one. Done.
Yeah.
And then information. Right click. Go to the task. Task information.
Yeah.
Once. Do one thing. Uncheck this.
Uncheck advance.
Uncheck. Again click. Again click it. Again click it. Right. Now select task type. Task type as fixed event. Select this task type.
Task type as
Just fixed unit. Fixed unit.
unit.
Say okay.
Okay.
But you have 1 minute. Go to the information again. Advance. What you have selected? No. Don't do this. The calendar one. Just click on the calendar one. Just below the task type. Okay, leave it. Leave it. Nothing to do. Okay. And then click on one of the tasks. Click on one of the tasks. I come back to you, Kajendra. It is effort driven. Effort driven is checked. I think the job is done. You have to update this column. Then recheck your precedence if it is right or wrong. Then prepare a resource list and assign it. Then you will get the duration.
Okay. All right. I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
You want to have the control?
Yes. I think I can take it.
You can take it. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Rajendra. Page number 3, the case study, additional information, point number 6. Okay. Point number 6 is there is an inspection of hardware scheduled by external expert on 19th week. Therefore, hardware testing will continue on weekend. So what I showed you that I created a calendar, then made that calendar working, that Saturday, Sunday as a working days, and then assign that task onto the particular task, that calendar to particular task. So that task gets scheduled on weekends as well. That is what it is asking. You are going to apply the task calendar.
So should it be done on the same calendar itself, the
No,
existing
you have to
one?
create a new calendar.
Let me try it.
Let me show you what I did actually. May recollect that easily. See what I did, I went to project, change working time, and then I created a new calendar, which was weekend working calendar. right? When I created, I say this standard, say I type the name weekend working calendar, and then calendar got with. Then I went to the work weeks, clicked on details, selected Saturday and Sunday, and select set days to specific working time, and then make it 8 to 12, 1 to 5 as normal working day. So Saturday, Sunday become normal
So
working
this way we are.
days. Yes, Sajin.
So this way we are assigning multiple calendars to the project.
No, no. I just created one calendar. What I did, I apply this calendar on this particular task.
On a particular task itself.
Yeah, only that task is deviating from the project calendar and following this new
Correct.
calendar.
Got it.
Right.
Thank you.
And then in the advanced step, I change the calendar, none to weekend, and then check this. Scheduling ignore, this was calendar. So the task gets scheduled on weekends, because in weekend working calendar, the weekends are actually not holidays, right? Any other question?
In a recording form, or it will be.
I will. What I do, I will send you an MPP.
Okay.
So you are preparing a project plan, right?
Yeah.
So I will send you a project plan. You compare your project plan and
Yep.
what I provide you. And if you see any difference, you try to understand what's the difference and why the difference is. And if you can able to figure it out the right reasons and have like understanding right, you say, okay, it's okay for me, and I understand. But if you find somewhere some difficulty in understanding what I have done, or what is there in the thing, or what wrong you have done, then you can send me a question, you can send email, you can call me, or you can send me MPP, I can respond to you. Okay.
Sure.
So, and in future also, the doors are always open. You implement things at your workplace. You try learning more things to learn. You always contact me and see if you need any help, or if I will be able to assist you in any manner. I will be more than happy. Many people do that. Okay. So thank you very much for sparing time and coming over here, spending 2 days, almost 14 hours here. And I hope whatever the agenda you set before this workshop, you have achieved that, and you have good learnings which will take back and implement at your workplace. I hope it will serve your purpose for which you actually joined this program. Just in case if anything which you thought of is not fulfilled, please drop me a mail, or you can speak out even now. I will try to understand and see that if I can make that happen. Some people were looking for multiple projects, how to manage multiple projects. See, if you have learned this much, what I guide you that if you go on the pmwares channel on YouTube, I did a webinar some time back of about 1.5 hours, where I explain how you can manage multiple projects. If you can watch that video, and if you have learned this much, I'm sure that you, by watching this video, you will be able to manage, but set up multiple projects and and manage them well. But if you face any problem, you can come back to me. Yes, Ajay.
Yeah, I have gone through it. Yeah, it was in the same YouTube link. I think it was on 2010 this thing like version like no? It was quite exhaustive thing around like.
Right, right.
Same
It
webinar
is
you
no
are doing.
difference
Yeah.
with respect to multiple
Yeah.
project in 2013
Yeah.
or even 2007.
Yeah. Yep. I had seen it. It was quite good. Yeah.
Okay. So anyone who want to like learn that how to manage multiple projects, you can view that on video. Not only that, there are many other videos on pmwares channel, many things and related to PMP, related to function point, related to Microsoft project, related to uh, how you become a good project manager, related to how when a technical person move into project management, what kind of challenges he face and how can like manage those challenges. Such kind of videos are there, like the softer part, the harder part, the Microsoft project, function point, which is one of the area I do trainings, and PMP stuff and general project management. So you can watch those videos. I hope you will find them useful. With respect to that, if you have any question, please come back to me. To stay connected and continue with the when you have questions, you can ask freely. I have created a LinkedIn group, and this group is only open to the people who have attended workshops. So it is recently started. I just concluded last month a PMP workshop. After that, I opened the LinkedIn group because people who joined PMP group, they wanted a platform to collaborate, and I think I found it that it is right, and it should be it is good to stay connected. And if you have any question, you can post it there. So you are also welcome to join that group. It is Project Management Warehouse. It is the name of the group. I will send you the name. You can go there and join the group. And once you apply to join, I will quickly approve yours. Only people who are attended some workshop are welcome there. Okay. The main purpose is to post questions or seek some suggestions or seek some solution of your problems. Maybe other people will also respond on that. Okay. After this workshop, you will receive an email from us. I will send you an email seeking your feedback, and I request you to please provide your candid feedback. This is very important for us to keep improving. And in fact, if this workshop you think going flawless, then one of the reason is that the people have provided feedback and we have acted upon that. So these workshops have improved a lot over a period of time, and thus all because of the feedbacks. So I request you to provide your feedback, whatever you like, whatever you dislike. And I commit you that whatever is possible in case of improvement, we'll try our best to improve. Okay, with this, thank you very much for coming over here. Your time here.
Yes. One question I had, Vivek.
Yes.
Does this have any PDUs like carries any this session?
Yes, you can claim 14 PDUs. For that,
1414, yeah.
We give you a certificate which is digitally signed, and with that certificate, it is mentioned that it is this workshop is of 14 hours. For 1 hour, you can claim 1 PDUs. Okay. So, and that PDU will fall into category B. You have to claim that. Okay. Category B.
For the renewal part also we can use that.
Sorry?
For the renewal part is category B, like for renewing of PMP and all that.
Right. So you can claim under category B, 14 hours are mentioned on the certificate. All the information which you need to fill into for claiming PDUs is mentioned on the certificate. So you shouldn't face any problem. In case you face, reach out to me.
That you will be sending me a mail, like that certificate, right?
Yes, I will email to you. This is a PDF,
Yeah.
which is digitally signed.
Yep. Thanks.
Yeah. So thank you very much for attending this workshop, and I'm really grateful. You spare time. You trust us. I hope you are satisfied. In case you any kind of dissatisfaction, please do let us know. Thank you.
Thanks, Vivek. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I wish all the best to you.
All the best.
Thank you, Vivek.
Yeah.
Have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Vivek.
Thank you. Ganesh, the PDUs are professional development unit, and they are applicable to PMPs. PMP certificate. To renew PMP certification, people need PDUs to earn PDUs.